time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of like the anticipates of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of life antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la-di-da-di-da-da-da. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. This world is slowing down. How can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days are deceiving. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear you now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send our signal, please. million shining stars, and I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. Yeah. They keep on selling us dreams to get this higher. It's in the energy all around us, but it's divine. The sun went down, I made my home. I rested my head on a stone. I see the stairway in front of me. Who is this being in my dream? I was tripping, uneducated, buzzing, riding the wave, spaced out. I left the room, came back again. It's almost noon. A sea of people, their hearts beat. They saw the sounds, witness the crease. They're impatient, couldn't take the weight. And after 40 days, they met their graves. From when a new generation rises, the truth in their hearts reside. From the east to the western lights, they'll rise up and claim their right. It's in the stars, my friend. Look up again. No time to pretend. Until we're dead, we fly when we can. Get down with the plan. Adrenaline. There's a million shining stars, and I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. Yeah. They keep on selling us dreams to get this higher. It's in the energy all around us, but it's divine. There's a million shining stars, and I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. There's a million shining stars, and but it's divine. They keep on sending us dreams. This is the energy all around us. All around us, all around us,
Underrated, maybe. I won't say Layla, but
Недооценен, не считаю.
Аргус. Очень недооцененный герой. Он один на один любого чела убивает на фулсотах. Правда, на XP, конечно, страдает, но на голду это must have. На экс-патче его апают. Все будут играть на Аргусе.
The hero that I really don't like to go against is Lucian because whenever I try to go near, she will pull me, boom, boom. Because that hero can the first skill, the second skill is it? The second skill can lift up and then pull me to another side. Yeah, that one I really don't like. I get really annoyed.
I don't know, for me, underrated is Alice. Esme in jungle. I love Esme in jungle very much. And Vendetta, of course.
yeah, Vendetta.
Very underrated. Because it's my main hero and I don't see a lot of people play with it. So, don't like that.
I think the underrated heroes is Zaz. Because he's good.
Yes.
Because in Malaysia, we really use it. But when I came here and then I tried to play rank and then people all ban Zaz.
Yeah, ban Zaz. They respect ban her.
Yeah, but in Malaysia, we don't ban any Zaz.
Но Дариус считается самый сильный лайнер за счет того, что он берет соло перк, фул и погнал. Вторым скиллом шотает любого персонажа. Ну, типа, это можно задолжить, если быть умным.
I think the hero that they're gonna pick the most is Ling because right now he's in the meta and he's a really OP hero that he can rotate through the map really fast. Yeah.
I think the most hero that people will pick is Terizla. Because he is too overpowered in right now, meta. Yeah, probably they ban or pick the heroes.
I like K1, but yeah, you know his hair damage now. It's not that good, so I can't play hair now.
There was an event where they show us the hours that we played, and I think I has more than 4,000 hours.
4 года и 451 звезда.
This month, July, right, we started training. We trained from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. 12 a.m.
Это я не играю на ранг.
My rank is Mythic Glory.
Мифический бессмертный.
Highest immortal.
Marcha too.
We take honor because we are training heroes. Then we lose, it's okay. We're just training.
Usually, if I don't have classes, I usually play at nights only.
Usually after studying or something, we decided what hour we should play and then we play.
Mia. On the first day. Mia.
That
Zarius ulti.
no, that's Mia's
Oh, Mia.
first skill.
Second skill.
It's an item. The blood wings.
Blood wing.
Это крылья королевы. Lines. Крылья королевы. Крылья королевы.
That wings.
Yes, blood wings.
Atlas second skill or first skill.
First, Lalo second skill.
Atlas. It's второй скилл Атласа. Второй скилл Атласа, да.
What is this? Yeah.
Atlas Ultimate.
Even I don't know. I'm a wrong one. I don't know. I go with
Yeah, but we forgot the name.
Paquito. First Paquito. I think first Paquito.
Maybe. Because
Ой, это Пакито. Второй скилл усиленного.
Paquito. Paquito third skill.
it's the item that gives HB. I don't remember its name.
But it's half immortality.
Ой, это пояс, да. Защитный пояс. Защитный пояс.
As
As
well.
well.
It's the new emblem.
But I can't remember his name.
Temporal region. Yeah.
Это перк. Какой-то. Какой-то перк. Кубик. Кубик.
Quantum charge. No.
No, this is the new talent. But I don't know what's the name of it. Florian.
What about
Lauren Bessep.
Yeah, это
это флорин? Пассивка флорин. Yes. Пассивка флорин.
Oh my goodness. Florin is Burst is Fury.
Brisker Fury.
Yeah, Burst.
Крит. Берсерк. Я берсерка.
Berserker Fury.
Our team is actually a pretty new team. Ever since MWI, the announcement for MWI released, our captain Ashley, she created a team, and after like a lot of roster changes and adjustments, we got to where we are now with our 5 players and our sub Stella. And for me personally, I think I just got out of NACT playing a different role, mid lane, which is my main role, and I had 2 months to adapt to jungle, and I guess it was an interesting opportunity for me because I've never played jungle before, and this is my first time playing jungle, so we'll see what happens. So we have me, Nicolette, jungle, and Ashley mid, Panda for gold, Jewel for XP, and Emily for roam. And then we have our sub Stella along with our coach Midnight, and we also have an additional like intern coach who is Rex, and our manager Gila Aiko. I used to play mid lane for BTK in the NACT Spring 2024 season, and I'm not there anymore because I don't think they had anything personally against me. I think they just wanted a different player. Like, they just preferred Mar Cutie over me. Like, there's nothing else to it. I don't think there's like personal hate. But even if I was playing with them and if we qualify for MSC, I was still gonna play in this women's tournament because me and Ashley have been talking for 6 months about creating a team, and I'm glad I have this opportunity to play internationally, whether it's with MSC or MWI. I'm very grateful to be able to represent Cloud9 in MWI because I feel like you don't get these opportunities very frequently. Like when you grow older, you're not going to be playing these games and playing competitively. I feel like you have to be young, and that's where you shine the most. Thank you to everyone who's been supporting me since the NACT Spring 2024 season and has been following me throughout this journey from NACT to MWI. And shout out to all of my friends who helped me learn jungle because they knew that it's a new role for me. And yeah, I appreciate all of you. Love you guys.
Ready, set, go.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into MWI 2024. Of course, together with EWC, we have went through quite a bit already yesterday. And as you guys pretty much know, we are here in Stream B. We are going to be watching the Tiebreakers match. Let me help you guys, kind of break things down a little bit in a few minutes time, because what's more important is introducing my co-caster for today, Husky.
Yeah, it's good to be back, right? We were here for MSC that time, and right now we are here also to finish unfinished business, or at least to help two teams clean up the scores. It's Cloud9 and CFU Serendipity. It's going to be an interesting one because, we have had pretty interesting matches yesterday, and even right now on Stream A, if you guys want to watch, Group B and C go at it as well, it's happening live. And if there's any tiebreakers, they're gonna end up here, and we will help them settle the score. But for now, it's Cloud9 against CFU Serendipity. I find it very, very exciting to see how are they gonna take on each other, because Cloud9, if you guys watched the video just now at the loading screen, it's a pretty new team, but they show a lot of promises.
Super excited for that, but we'll talk a little bit more about Cloud9 and CFU serendipity later, as I am just going to kind of just help you guys understand more about the tournament format today. We're currently in the group stage, so we're going through the round robin of best of twos in Stream A and yesterday. So we have a total of 12 teams, and all these 12 teams are split into 4 groups of 3, where they gotta fight it out for a total of 2 games. And in an off chance where there are 2 teams that kind of have the same points, they will come together to fight it out in Stream B, which is what we're going to be looking at today for between Cloud9 versus CFU. Following up after that, we'll have the top 2 for each group to move on over to the playoffs in a single elimination format, all of which are all going to be best of 3 to quarterfinals, semifinals, and the final will be a best of 5. Of course, when we are looking at all of these tournament format things, we gotta have to expect prize pool, right? So we have a total of $500,000 on the line, Husky. $500,000.
Yeah, $500,000, and a big chunk of it goes to the champions. $180,000 for the first place winners, and all the way down to $15,000 for the 9 to 12 placing team. So that means that if the team doesn't make it through group stage, they would still walk away with a decent size of the prize pool. So at the end of the day, it's more about which size, how big of a pie do you get at the end of this, which we've already eliminated Tidal Legends Gaming from Group D. I think Falcons Vega already is officially out of the tournament because Group C, they did play, I think, 2 of their best of 2s already. And it's safe to say that, Falcons, they got 0-2 by the opponents, so that we have to say goodbye to them as well. But for this one, this tiebreaker is we are going to say goodbye to either CFU Serendipity or Cloud9 by the end of it. And I personally feel like, if there's anything we learned from yesterday's best of 2 between these 2 teams, is that they show a very, very vast variety of hero pools, which we'll get into in a bit, because all this culminates into the club championship format. There's a leaderboard because every single win, every single trophy that you bring back home counts into this, with Team Falcons right now in the lead with 2 championship titles, one in Call of Duty Warzone and the other in a recently concluded Free Fire. So they're basically leading the chart, right? And at the end of it, if the club wins the championship, they also walk away with a prize pool of, I believe, 7 million, which is insane.
Ooh, wow, that's insane indeed. So you guys can pretty much understand that here in EWC, having club the club ranking is super important. And as you guys can tell, some of these clubs doesn't necessarily have to win in the championships. That way they will still be able to get a good amount of points for themselves. For example, for Team Liquid, with a total of 1,150 points to their club already, despite not having a championship title just yet. So there will always be vast changes to this ranking system, or rather to these ranking list. And as the day goes by, weeks, and perhaps after a few months, we will have the final tally of who is the best club by the end of EWC. But speaking of best, though, I do want to talk a little bit more about who are potentially going to be the best teams here for the MWI, because we're gonna have to break things down a little bit as to what has happened thus far. So Husky, walk us through this.
Yeah, I mean, very straightforward. For Group A, Falcons Vega, they are qualified for the top 8 for sure. We're looking at Cloud9 against CFU Serendipity in just a little bit. For Group C, Xeno Lilies and Victory Song Gamers, they are just trying to duke it out to see if a tie is ever going to happen, but they are guaranteed top 8 as they have eliminated Team Falcons Mina. For Group D, Vitality and Gaming Gladiators X Homegirls also made it through to top 8, with Tidal Legends Gaming waving goodbye. And of course, Group B matches will happen in just a little bit on Stream A for those who are interested. So we still have the Smart Omega Empress, Net Angels, and DreamHack Girls who have yet to take center stage. Plenty of games lined up, and I'm already noticing some very unique showings from some of these teams. I think Jushin was picked, and by the way, Jushin is available for MWI, yes. So that does shake things up a little bit.
The last time that we saw in MSC, we didn't manage to see Chuzin. So coming into MWI, we're able to see that. I'm super excited and stoked to see what this annoying wishing lantern person will be able to, you know, cause what kind of pandemonium in the battlefield itself. Now, you guys may be wondering, what's going on in Stream B? So let me walk you guys through this. We have this one game.
It might just be one game, but you know, it's one of the most important games for these two teams. It decides whether you make it through group stage and get into playoffs, and it also decides the size of the prize pool that you potentially can leave the tournament with, right? Loser goes home with only $15,000, but if you make it through, then you guarantee yourself, you kind of raise the bar a little bit. But these two teams, they did tie with each other yesterday in that group stage, and looking back at the results, it was the average game length for these two goes around, you know, 17 to 21 minutes. And like I mentioned, right, they have shown an incredible, vast hero pool. And the craziest thing is that in both games, you rarely see duplicates on both sides. It really felt like, you know, these teams are of different personalities. And I wonder if it's going to be the same going into the best of one later on.
So honestly, these two matchups, we're gonna have to understand it is the crucial rematch between these two. One loss, and unfortunately, you are out. So let's take a look at who is going to be representing this best of one game for CFU Serendipity. We do have Moshibang, Tegami, Abi, Yue, as well as Yufendi. And understandably, we have seen how strong they have been going on through, but there will only be one team that moves on over to the playoffs, and it is either them or their competitors, which is going to be Cloud9.
Absolutely, and this is going to be the last time one of them holds on to that key for Cloud9. We have Jewel, with Nicolette, with Caesar, with Ashley, and CXZ Panda. Also, again, like I mentioned, right, this is a pretty new roster. I believe it was formed towards the end of June, so you know, barely just a month old in terms of lineup. But behind the scenes, I believe Nicolette did talked about it, that she has been in talks with Ashley, that she's going to play for MWI, they're going to build a team. So this has finally come into fruition, and they do have Midnight as their coach, and Midnight was also the coach for Cloud9 when they played at MSC. So very experienced man behind the scenes. I want to remind you guys out there, if you guys are interested, and you should be interested, go to www.stcplay.gg to vote for your favorite teams. Vote for the next game at that exact domain and see if your prediction skills are accurate.
So of course, make sure you guys predict who is gonna be winning this match, CFU or Cloud9. Now, since we were talking about Cloud9's lineup previously, I do know that at least when we were watching the pre-show video, we've got, I believe, Nicolette that was on that was talking, right? So, from what we have heard is that Nicolette is playing in the jungle position, of course. So it's slightly different from what we have originally expected, since CXZ Panda is one of the only female assassins player in North America. And from what I know, Ashley specifically picked Panda up for that assassin role. But it kind of seems as though that we do got Panda that really excels in gold lane as well. So they have decided to put Panda on the gold lane and Nicolette on the jungle.
Yeah, and I do want to see how, you know, they can go up against CFU Serendipity, because we know that region. CFU, they come from the region of Cambodia, and that region is known to be fighters. They absolutely love to fight, and CFU Serendipity is no exception. They also love to fight very, very much. And I think that is going to kind of set the tone, especially when you only have one shot. This is the last 30 minutes for one of these teams on that stage, on that EWC stage. So you got to bring out the big guns, right? You got to come out the gate swinging, go, you know, guns blazing, and see if you can surprise your opponents. So that's something that I think Cloud9 would have to try and manage. Because for Nicolette, she used to be the top 3 mid laners, but for MWI this time, she has transitioned into a jungler, which is a pretty new role for her. I think she also talked about it as well. So I think this is kind of go time. This is the moment where she gets put to the test.
So honestly, there are definitely going to be a couple of changes that we might expect, since all of these players, they pretty much go around playing different kind of roles. So they would have very good understanding of how a gold laner would play despite being in the jungle, or how a mid lane will play despite playing as a gold laner. So they will be able to adapt with one another very effectively, and that is definitely something that I want to see from all of these girls here. The power of adaptability.
Yeah, I want to see if we might get an assassin matchup, right? Because right off the bat, Cloud9, they go for the Ling ban, whereas for CFU, they're focusing a lot on Ashley's hero pool. No Valentina, no Faramis. Basically, you get that utility out of the way so that if C9 wants to play kind of the comp that they've been showing in that group stage prior to this tiebreaker, they will have to think twice, because Valentina has been a staple for Cloud9, where, well, Cloud9, they're going to take out Jushin. I love this. I've seen Jushin in action. Absolutely hated her for how ridiculously good she is. I think they need to kind of adjust a little bit on how much it takes for you to grab someone with your lantern flare. So that's probably going to be a conversation down the road. But for now, get Jushin out of the way. I like it.
Perfect. So with the Valentina, Faramis, Drusin, and as well as the Ling out of the way, it pretty much gives us a pretty good understanding that all of these players, they just want to get rid of very annoying heroes, all of which that has been banned have got that same concept. They are just plain annoying. And of course, they have a very good standing in the meta as well. Now, with that, with all of that said and done, we do have quite a lot of heroes that is currently available and has been pretty hot picks within of MWI, being Edith being one of them. Terizla, understandably, also gonna be one of the most important heroes that we see in MWI, picking up quite a bit of priority coming in.
Yeah, he has been one of the most picked heroes alongside Ruby, which was banned in MWI so far. You know, it was picked 8 times while making 9 for Terizla with 100% pick and ban rate. Just a very good setter. We see the Angela on the side of Cloud9. There's a chance that we see that go over to the roam role for Exaya. She has been playing a lot of Lolita and Florian, so Angela could be an option, or it could be a replacement for Ashley's hero right now that Valentina and Faramis are gone. This Hayabusa is no surprise though. We talk about a potential assassin matchup. The question is, for CFU Serendipity, would Tegami go for an assassin hero? I mean, Lancelot was picked up yesterday. If I'm not mistaken, it was on the side of CFU Serendipity in Game 2 against C9. But for now, it's Roger and Edith.
Right. So CFU, they have a very strong main tree core for their lineup already. They have they have 2 members that is really good at taking up the front lines. So they have pretty much set themselves up pretty nicely. It doesn't necessarily fixate them onto, oh, we gotta have to play split push. Oh, we gotta have to play on the team fight basis. There's still a lot of X factor that we can potentially see from the side of CFU Serendipity based on what C9 eventually drafts for themselves. Like, for example, if whether the Angela is actually going to go over to the middle lane, try to understand what kind of weakness we may potentially be able to see from the C9 setup. And right as we say that, we only see fragile heroes coming from the side of C9, all of which are very weak in the early stages of the game, except for the Angela, of course, with one of the strongest first blood potential. But regardless, we can kind of put that aside first, because we still don't really have a very good idea how they would want to play this Angela coming into this match.
I would say, you know, for this Angela, again, it is up in the air whether it goes for Exaya or Ashley. Just based off of the track record, right? We haven't really seen Ashley get tested too much in terms of the hero pool. She's been getting Valentina whatever she wants. Same as the carry, it has been majority, I think 3 out of 4 games they played so far in the group stage up to this point has been carry. 2 out of the 4, half of the games they played, in fact. So Vexana Lilia gets banned now. We're looking at the mid lane being targeted. Now, CFU Serendipity side, the mid lane pool, it is shrinking. They do love that Vexana now that it's out of the way. You still have the Nana, which is an option that we have not seen too often, but it could be a choice, right? We're gonna take out the X-Borg first because there's Edith and there's Terizla. You just generally don't want to deal with the X-Borg. You could look for Lapu Lapu ban as well. Lapu Lapu Yuzhong. I think they're pretty decent options. And you also limit what Cloud9 can do now that they have the Angela on their side.
Now, I do want to also focus on the fact that Terizla has always been, or not always, but Terizla has been becoming very flexible when it comes down to this year's meta, right? We have been seeing Terizla in the mid lane and the EXP lane, sometimes even in the roam. So at least it is still up in the air. Although I gotta have to say, the Terizla in the EXP is very likely gonna be the case. But you know, let's not close that door just yet, because CFU Serendipity, they have got their main they have got their Roger, which could still have some flexibility in it, going to the jungle or perhaps going over to the gold lane. So at least for CFU, they have a very wide pool of heroes that they can very potentially work on. And what do they really want to tackle? Do they want to play a little bit more onto split push, or do they want to play a little bit more towards a team fight or situation? Because at least having the Roger being having such high movement speed, you can split push very effectively. So you can actually forego heroes that do well in mobility, especially since you can actually put a Roger and kind of tally it in place with Hayabusa. The only thing that you gotta have to be careful about is the global presence of this Angela, as well as the Ogi Shadow Kill that this Hayabusa is capable of unleashing onto this Roger.
See, the Esmeralda is one of the heroes that Jewel also favors. So, you know, C9 going for the comfort picks. So, Esmeralda, not sure how I feel about it. I mean, you can definitely sandbag the Terizla. You take some time to ramp up. The Nana that I didn't mention early on, that can be an option for CFU Serendipity. That was out as well, alongside with the Claude. So we do get the Roger jungle. Pseudo assassin, I suppose, but yeah, double marksman jungle. You have the Claude for late game, and the Roger late game is also incredibly scary. I love the CFU lineup. I think right now it's very well rounded, decent crowd control, great damage, great setup. For Cloud9's side, I think you might have to put this Angela mid, right? You need someone in that roam role. You need Exia to kind of have a hero that can set things up for you. Maybe like a Tigreal or a Minotaur. If you put this Angela in that roam, I think that mid laner has to be someone with an explosive power, which I don't really see too much of right now. Perhaps a Novaria or Farsa. There we go. So we get the Grok for the side of C9. Love this a lot more. So Ashley is going to get the Angela mid unless they play the Grok mid, which seems like it.
Oh, okay. That could be interesting. At least when it comes down to the mid lane, right? When it comes down to the dual roam from the roamer as well as the mid lane, they have been kind of interchangeable more often than not, right? Whereas the actual roamer, which in this case is going to be the Angela, kind of stays in lane a little bit more, and sometimes the mid lane, which is the Grok, can pretty much kind of come and go. So it doesn't really quite matter too much, especially since I would believe that both the Angela as well as the Grok might actually just play kind of like a tag team scenario. They understand that with the Roger and the Claude in the opponent side, they don't really have a very strong early game setup, and they might be able to find a very good steamroll and just kind of propel themselves forward in the later stages of the game, or rather the mid stages of the game, a lot faster.
I just want to quickly point out, just a minor humble brag. You know, we talk about the coach of C9 being a Midnight, which is also the coach from the MSC team. But they also have the coach from currently the best region in the world, the assistant coach, which is Rexwin from my region, from Malaysia. You know, we got the bronze medal during SEA Games. Just saying. But yeah, I mean, C9, at least coaching staff, they're in good hands for sure. And now is to see how much damage they can do. With this Grok Angela, I don't mind it at all. I mean, you have very decent coverage. But the main thing is to get this Hayabusa ahead. Hayabusa running Warcry, you get a lot of damage once you get on top of someone. Another question is, who do you want to get on top of, right? Roger, not exactly the easiest. Nana with the passive, but it's kind of a waste. Claude, hard to catch. So Nicolette has her work cut out for her.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of tough to kind of really understand who you really want to go for, but understandably, once you have a good amount of farm, you may actually be able to prioritize the right heroes more than not. As we can see, Nicolette is actually throwing out the shadows, just targeting onto Abby pretty early into the game, both of which Nicolette as well as Abby's HP doesn't seem to be all that well, but Hayabusa immediately makes his way back down to the bottom lane and might potentially want to look for some very thirsty kill down in the bottom lane onto the Claude, since the trade between Panda and Yui Fendi seems to be actually kind of a stalemate.
Yeah, Panda has to take the recall. Well, Nicola tried to hide in the bush, but it was spotted out by the minion wave. So 2 flickers out from CFU Serendipity. Yui wants to go for an engage, but you know, a bit too fast. I'm gonna try and gank top side, but yeah, Teresa is gonna be fine. No kills will come through, at least not for now.
Yeah, very small little micro plays coming from the side of Jewel, just ensuring that the Nana is just going to be pushed all the way back, just so that the final EXP from the wave doesn't give this Nana level 4. So this would definitely be able to help Cloud9 secure this turtle a lot easier, since the mid laner, which is Nana, gotta have to stay in the middle lane to get himself level 4, or rather herself level 4 a lot longer. In the meantime, Ashley did manage to get a really nice wall charge collecting down the Moshi Bang, but the Yue did manage to get herself a kill onto Ashley, followed by Jewel. So Tagami just rolling on through and clawing right onto Jewel as well as Ashley, giving CFU a way better start than I originally expected.
One of the things that Cloud9 is going to face for the majority of the early phases, that where's the damage, right? Like, they don't really have well, the amount of damage that CFU has, where you know Nana, Eda, Terizla, Roger, they all hit like a truck. But for Cloud9, you have majority of the damage comes from your Hayabusa. Everyone else is a utility. CXZ Panda needs a lot of time to ramp up. Jewel needs items as well. But if you want burst, you don't really have it, and that's why CFU Serendipity kind of won that team fight and giving Tagami and Yui a 1 kill each.
I think that one of the biggest value that CFU can take in the early stages of the game would be Moshi and Yue's sustainability, right? They are tanky enough to be able to soak in a lot of damage while being very strong bruisers, especially since Yui, she can just soak in all the damage, and once she breaks out of Fire Axe, all the HP can come back to her almost immediately and pretty effectively as well. So you can't really look down on the power of Edith in this matchup at all. In the meantime, Cloud9, they don't necessarily have heroes that is very sustainable per se. They are durable, sure, when it comes down to Ashley as well as Jewel, but Jewel is all about the shields. It takes time for Jewel to even be able to grab all of these shields away from the members of CFU, but the power of burst is what CFU have got at this point in time. In the meantime, a really good knockout coming from the side of Ashley, while the rest of the team fight coming from CFU is just going to be bursting right out. Ashley all the way in the front. That is going to be one man down from the side of Cloud9 again, as CFU very effectively and very methodically takes one person down.
That's the second death for Ashley. What do we say, right? This team from Cloud9, this composition just does not have damage. We saw the attempted engage, a flicker wild charge hitting on the 2 people, but only Nicolette was able to do damage, and they don't even get Yui Fendi up top. I suppose they could at least take the turret. Turtle did go over to CFU. Cloud9 is very obvious what the idea is going to be, or who the damage dealers are. Early to mid, Nicolette's Hayabusa. Late game is all going to be the carry, but you know, getting out of this mid to late game is going to get tougher and tougher, especially when these skirmishes are so one-sided.
Since we're looking at about 1,000 gold lead for the side of CFU, as well as them being able to take quite a bit of control in the river, I would believe that CFU should be able to help Tegami just bump up onto the gold and the income, just so that she will be able to get a very good snowball coming into roughly about the 8 minutes mark. But they gotta have to really kick up a notch a little bit more and try to get a little bit more of these assassination kills, perhaps onto the Angela or perhaps onto the carry. Since Cloud9, yes, when it comes down to lockdown, there is definitely a form of lockdown when it comes down to Ashley's wild charge. But other than that, we don't really have much. We have a late gratification coming from the puppet strings as well as from the side of Esmeralda. But speaking of which, we're just gonna hold on down to the bottom lane as the Molina's gift is just gonna be popped coming from the side of Abby. Cloud9 is pretty happy with just popping the passive, immediately pushes themselves right back onto another fight as Cloud9 unfortunately being completely sandwiched out and Jewel finds herself taken down again. But Nicolette responds all the way to the top lane, managed to bring Yui Fendi down, and this will effectively help Panda unlock herself and being able to bring down the first defense turret in the top lane.
Yeah, finally, so much cross-map plays, right? They just saw Nicolette down bottom, getting Nana's passive out, and then suddenly showing up top to kill the Claude. That is great. At least some salvage for Cloud9. They're actually not too far behind, just 900 gold deficit. Third total coming up on the bot side for CFU Serendipity. I think Cloud9 might have to consider giving it up unless they can somehow get a good pick, because Tagami is starting to get quite scary, right? 2-0-1 with that wall cry on her as well. So those burst damage that this Roger can dish out cannot be underestimated, even with the hard guard.
So with the turtle currently down onto the side, onto the bottom side, CFU have got themselves a pretty good priority on top of that. So they should be able to hold down onto the turtle a little bit longer. Since Cloud9, they don't really have anyone that can kind of hold on to the turtle for an extended period of time, or sorry, Lord, for an extended period of time in the latest stages of the game. CFU will be able to get themselves in a pretty good spot. As such, they bring Ashley down, as Ashley is a little bit too far away from the main bodies of the side of Cloud9. As such, CFU with the numbers advantage, they're just going to be going all the way in, with Yui Fendi just holding on with the Blazing Duet. Dealt a good amount of damage, but for now, we're just going to be focusing on Panda. They effectively managed to bring down the Terizla. So Cloud9, they have the upper hand at this point in time, with Nicolette completely at full health.
That was all Jewel and CXZ Panda duo able to buy time, but most importantly, the carry getting free reign to deal damage, and the crowd control! Nicolette getting caught by Yui's onward just as she uses the quad shadows to engage. What timing from this Edith to get that punish, but still Cloud9 getting the remaining tier 1 turrets, and just in time for Lord to spawn.
Slowly but surely, Cloud9 is still on the front seat, despite actually losing quite a bit of these kills. As you can see from this from the scoreline, we've got 6 kills for CFU and 2 kills for Cloud9. Yet when it comes down to the income, Cloud9 was actually leading for a short few seconds until now, where CFU has managed to catch up just by a tad bit of a 400. Shy bit of 400, and that's completely fine in the hands of Cloud9. But the priority of this current turtle is still going to go over to the side of CFU, and it doesn't seem like Cloud9 anyone is ready here. It doesn't seem like Nicolette is anywhere around to actually deal with the Lord. As such, it's a free Lord for the side of CFU.
Yeah, they just give it away. I guess for Cloud9, I mean, they can afford to defend for sure. It's just the first Lord, 9 minutes in, not too big of a deal. Okay, as long as this carry comes online, as long as this carry is well fed, they will be set for that late game.
So completely, all of the members from the side of CFU and Cloud9, they're just huddling up in the middle lane as we do Ashley with a flicker right through in the middle, but it doesn't seem like it did manage to do too much. Ashley with the conceal walks away, now just going to be leaving Panda in the front lines, but fortunately Panda walks away, still alive, while CFU is still going to be pushing onto the advantage and really wants a piece of this turret in the front lines. In the meantime, the Ogi Shadow Kill just going to be popped right out. Nicolette no longer have got any ultimates to work with on an assassination on the sidelines. But now, the main thing is for the side of CFU, they got the attention from Cloud9 and bottom lane pushed up pretty darn hard.
Still want to do this. I think they can push the turret. Now, the Lord has been slain, so unfortunately for CFU, tries they made, it cannot get through that mid-tier 1. Cloud9 should be able to defend this. Glowing one was purchased by Exia, so some extra damage, some extra healing. Jewel gets gone on, but should be fine, as the Esmer is an Esmer after all. So overall, I mean, Cloud9, all things considered, they defended their base quite well. I mean, they did lost the bottom tier 2 thanks to the Lord, but mid-tier 1 still remains. The fight just now was quite eventful, right? The sideways flicker wild charge from Ashley to work with Nicolette, were not able to get the kill. The point blank penalty zone missed by Moshi Bang. That could have been a takedown onto CXZ Panda, but that did not happen. So a lot of events that led us up to this stalemate, Cloud9 catching up in terms of net worth. And I dare say, you know, because of all these close calls, Cloud9, they're gonna eventually reach that critical mass, and that's where CFU Serendipity will have to be a bit more careful setting up for the second Lord up on the top side.
CFU definitely showed that they are very eager to fight, and they are bold when it comes down to all of these fights. Very confident, if you ask me. But unfortunately, there have been too much times where Cloud9 managed to outmaneuver CFU when it comes down to the macro gameplay. As you can pretty much see that there is already a total of 3 turrets in the top, bottom, and middle lane combined taken down. So at least when it comes down to taking the river control, Cloud9 definitely have got a way better spot since their middle lane first hit defense turret is still standing tall. Cloud9 did a pretty good job keeping that turret up, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even for Serendipity, right? They actually have a pretty decent siege comp. You know, you have the Claude, you have the Roger, but Ashley, despite going down 3 times, has been doing a great job of just sandbagging CFU. Every single time they walk up, you just build a nature's barrier, make sure that you stall out the minion wave. This could be a kill.
Oh. Yep, with Ashley popping right up with the wild charge, and now we even got Esmeralda just hoping they will be able to follow up on the Moshibang, but the rest of CFU, they were ready, very much ready to come into the aid of Moshibang and ensure that Terizla is safe and sound.
Also, overall, we're starting to see this carry really hurting. That was your front line, by the way. That was your Terizla, the guy with the body of a smith who was supposed to be an impenetrable wall and almost went down in a few seconds thanks to this carry's true damage. So this Lord Dance is going to get a bit deadly. Esmeralda Duo is going to throw her body every single time she has Purified online, but CFU wants the Lord.
They have definitely got a chance to pick up the Lord, but Ashley with the nice little barrier to make sure. Oh, the 3-man wall charge! That's what we want to see! Moshibang all the way in the middle of the fight. Wasn't able to do too much when it comes down to the penalty zone. Tegami all the way in the front lines. He's still stripping everyone to shreds while Nicolette deals with Tegami's friends down in the back lines, while Panda throwing all of these spinning light wheels away on the CFU. Cloud9 emerged victorious in that fight.
Yeah, and finally Ashley, with all of her previous wild charge, we say even though they lose the fight, she has been getting some great multi-target wild charge with this Grok, and that one was the perfect one, hitting 3 people at once. You see, CFU, they wanted to retaliate, right? Yui instant response with her own Flicker Earth Shatter to stop this carry, to break that momentum, but Cloud9 was just too strong. CXZ Panda came online with the help of Xayah's Hard Guard, absolutely just shredded the front lines of CFU. You look at this STC replay. Ashley, what a read into that bush. A 3-man knockup and this carry uncontested. Yu Fenty thought she was strong enough. Goes in with a BMI blazing duet only to get her life snuffed out in an instant by this carry. 4-for-2 exchange. Cloud9 in full control of the game.
With that all said, Cloud9 now has a total of about 4,000 gold lead on top of CFU. How big of a change a single team fight could just spin over to the side of Cloud9. And with the Lord now running down in the middle lane, preparing to pillage all of CFU and whatever that they hold on dear. As he charges on to the middle lane inhibitor, brings it down almost immediately, while the top lane and the bottom lane are shoved up pretty nicely too. Cloud9 now reserving their energies just a tad little bit, make sure that they do not go and overextend themselves, and all they want is objectives to bring down the top lane inhibitor turret, while Nicolette have got other plans in her mind. Immediately went for the assassination onto Abby. That puts 4-person onto the side of CFU. Cloud9 definitely have got a numbers advantage now. Nicolette is not going to be stopping with all of these assassinations, as you can see, constantly going in and out of the fight. Very slippery.
Just look at Xayah, she's just hanging back. Watch out for Ashley though, Flicker is back up. So we might see another Flicker wild charge. This could be the final push.
Yes, now we do have the wild charge coming from the side of Ashley. It did manage to do a very good job, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem like the damage coming from the side of CFU is doing much at all. Tegami went straight in and wanted to end the life of Ashley. Put too much time time and resources just for the grog. Moshi Bang now focuses herself down onto Ashley, but still not quite enough. With only 2 members left, Abi as well as Yui Fendi. Nicolette brings Abi down, and the rest of Cloud9, they don't have a crit just yet, but they don't care because the next wave comes right in, and Cloud9 takes the crown for this tiebreaker match away from CFU.
CFU Serendipity sent back to the depths of the ocean as Cloud9 soars beyond the clouds. And they have made it into top 8, made it to playoffs. Congratulations to the ladies. What a decisive game, right? It looked close. Look at CFU Serendipity had it all figured out. We have a lot more damage. We take objectives. Well, we can fight you during early objectives. But First Lord, it was given up by C9. CFU were not able to break the mid-tier 1. And then Ashley, the turnaround, the game changer, flicker 3-person wild charge, and then hitting another 4-person wild charge in the base of CFU to really seal the deal. You can really kind of see that Cloud9, they came well prepared, right? And it's such a heartbreak for CFU Serendipity because 3 of the players, Yui Fendi, Yui and Moshi Bang, they finished 5th to 8th place last MWI, but this time their journey cut short, and soon the keys will be crushed as well, and by no other team than Cloud9.
It is definitely a heartbreak for our friends over at the side of CFU Serendipity. But Cloud9, they are gonna be real happy as they will be able to move on to the playoff stage. This is definitely it's a gritting match, you know. They gotta have to go through all of these nerves and to know that their lifeline in the tournament rests on this one single game, on this one single draft. We identified and we saw, hey, where are they getting all their damage from? All of it comes in from the side of Hayabusa. Do they really even have enough time to kind of drag things out or just kind of like propel the income of Carry fast enough for Carry to really come online faster than both the Roger and the Claude? It seems like they managed to find their answer.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Cloud9, it is a pretty star-studded roster, especially Nicolette. She has a lot of accolades under her belt, right? She has participated in several NACT leagues, has achieved 1st to 3rd place. Even the most recent one, she wasn't able to play the grand finals, but still, right? She was a big part of that NACT squad that led them here, and we did see them perform on the MSC stage, but as much as the MSC Cloud9 didn't make it through into playoffs, at least the MWI Cloud9 will have a shot at glory heading kind of past the gauntlet and into the best of 3s where you really have 3 chances to prove your worth. So I think this is such a good opportunity for these teams, and I think even more important for Nicolette, right? Switching roles from mid to jungle 1 month before MWI, and after getting benched from the NACT Spring Finals, this is a path to redemption.
I gotta have to say, the game ended a little bit too early, I gotta have to say. I was kind of hoping that we'll be able to get a little bit more out of that game, but what can you say? The Cloud9 members, they were very sure as to how they would want to play the game, and they knew that they were technically on a timer. Not technically, actually. They are on a timer, especially since they are dealing with a Claude as well as a Roger. Once these two come online together with the crazy amount of lockdowns that they can be provided by the Terizla as well as the Edith, it's definitely going to be scary to really deal with all these powerhouses in one go.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, with the first tiebreaker concluded, we are glad to tell you guys that we still have more tiebreakers to come. Xeno Lilies against Victory Song Gamers coming up next after this break.
heard that you if I heard that you if I heard that you if I heard that you What you doing? The way I live life. What you doing? The way I live life. The way I live life. What you doing? What you doing? The way I live life. What you doing? The way I live life. The way I live life. What you doing? What you doing? The way I live life. What you doing? The way I live life. The way I live life. What you doing? What a shame on me. What a shame on me. If I heard that you if I heard that you
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. I know what you want. I know what you need. Here's some seeds. Grow some trees. Ain't no smoke, it's made for lungs, but you believe. But it's okay, we make mistakes, be relieved. So why art doubting? They're not like me, my eyebrows too intense. I rock out like the Brahma. I wanted to be like Dwayne Johnson. Teacher said I'm trouble. Once I clocked my dreams won't work, I started snapping, I bust bubbles. I think it's how creators see. Other creators be perceived as fly. You're whipping right, but off IG, you're broken cheap. I need an electric bike to vend this food, to vend these rules. Get these tools, cause haters drool, they're watching me. Haters discretion advised. Oh me, oh my, I just want to survive in the sea under darkness. Hiding from the light, all we do is push violence. Pain over violence, radio silence. Turn up this up right now, I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now, this might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now, you're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now, I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now, this might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now, you're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. You might be stuck right now. Up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. You might be stuck right now. Up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now. This one.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back in to MWI here in EWC at Riyadh. My name is Abstract. With me here is Husky, and the both of us is going to be covering this upcoming tiebreaker match between what was that again? Victory Song Gamers versus Zyno Lilies.
Absolutely. So this is going to be directly from Group C, still fresh out of the oven. You know, it was the last best of two from the Group C matches, and both teams happened to tie. They also gave us the longest game in MWI group stage so far, 30 minutes. 13 seconds with Zyno Lilies coming out on top. This is going to be very, very interesting because contrary to Cloud9 against CFU Serendipity, this one is not for eliminations. This one is just for the seedings for playoffs. So winners becomes the first seed of Group C, and loser becomes the second seed. So not too big of a deal, but still important if you want to get a better matchup for playoffs.
Exactly. So coming up, of course, when we are looking at the upcoming showdown between these two teams of Zyno Lilies versus VSG, I gotta have to say, right, with a 30 minutes game in our hands, I believe that both of these teams have got very strong understanding as to how they would want to play into today's games, right? Victory Song Gamers from EECA and Zyno Lilies from the side of Mekong. I'm pretty sure that we have heard before from many times when it comes down to Zyno Lilies, the Mekong region has, of course, always been showing up quite a lot of times, and EECA being a relatively fresh region as well. I'm very much excited to see what exactly Victory Song Gamers have got for us today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, one thing about these two teams is also the fact that both teams have two Filipino imports, two on the side. For the side of VSG, it's going to be the gold laner and the roamer, Rian and Gaily. But for Zyno Lilies, it's actually the jungler Ramichi and the gold laner Taro. So we took a look at the matchup. Let's take a look at the roster. Zyno Lilies starting it off with Kao, Ramichi, Sa, Shiromi, and Taro to kind of make up the entire roster, with the highlights, I mean, specifically for me, being Ramichi in the role of the jungler.
So coming up, of course, I gotta have to, I definitely gotta have to say, Zyno Lilies, they are expectedly pretty aggressive with how they have been playing thus far. And of course, they are, of course, very methodical with every single team fight that they would want to bring themselves into. One of the questions that I always ask whenever I'm looking at the MWI games is, how much would the drafts eventually mean to all these ladies? Like, how would they want to draft, especially when it comes down to a best of one series, and understanding the current meta when it comes down to MWI with the popular picks, which is heroes such as Ruby, Edith as well, Terizla. In fact, since I'm talking about Ruby, mentioning about that, we have seen Ruby being picked up quite a lot, but unfortunately underperforming by quite a lot. In fact, I think that we have a total of 8 Rubies being played, the last that I've seen, with not a lot of wins actually.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. But you can say the same for Terizla. A lot, basically 100% pick rate, right? Either you're picked or you're banned. And the most recent one was a victory. Well, actually, it was a loss, because Sina did beat CFU. But we gotta look at the opponents of Zyno Lilies, which is going to be Victory Song Gamers from EECA. Minon, Kyoe, Synchro, Gaily, and Rian. And I mentioned that for the side of Zyno Lilies, we're looking at Ramichi, which is basically the jungler. For VSG, it's Kyoe. Right? These two are going to be, at least for me, the key matchups coming into this series, especially Kyoe, because I was able to tune into one of VSG's games early on when they went up against Falcons Vega Mina, and she played a insanely nasty Benedetta jungle. So I think we are in for a treat.
I mean, whenever you're talking about Benedetta, I'm always just gonna be like off my seat. But whenever I'm thinking about Benedetta, it's always been EXP lane Benedettas, because when it comes down to EXP lanes, Benedetta will be able to shine a lot more when it comes down to, really exerting dominance around the lanes. You want to cut lanes here and there, you want to be in the top lane, middle lane, bottom lane, all at the same time kind of thing. But when it comes down to junglers, Benedetta jungle, yes, you can definitely be able to put yourself onto the objectives a lot faster. You do have iframes when it comes down to eye for an eye, as well as the electro final blow. But when it comes down to actually putting a lot of presence onto the lanes, that is something that Kyoei was able to really put down into her games, which is something that I absolutely love. Now, speaking of which, since we're talking about heroes as well, I gotta have to say that Ramichi so far has only played 4 heroes in the 4 games with the Hayabusa, Martyrs, Julian, and Alice, being a what can I say? Being Julian, one of the common pick in various different lanes, with Kyoei in the jungle as well. In fact, Julian has been picked quite a bit, but similarly, with not that much of a, win rate.
Yeah. I mean, you can clearly see that for VSG, for Kyoei's hero pool, right? She is really into Benedetta, Julian, Roger. That's more elusive, but can kind of hard carry the game sort of jungler. It's not your traditional, I'm going to frontline. It's not your traditional assassins. So this is something that I find very unique about VSG. They also have a very good understanding of when the power spike is. And I believe when it comes to power spike, Xenolilies like to play that mid-game spike. So we can expect that First Lord, that 8 to 12 minute last sort of First Lord window to be a very crucial point to see if Xenolilies can kind of use that timing to find a lead like what we saw from Cloud9 earlier on, or is VSG going to play that patient game, hit that late game, and just take over?
Well, it all relies on to the draft. How do they want to play in the early, mid, and the later stages of the game? When it comes down to Xenolilies, is something which is a team that I definitely want to look out for as to how they want to, kind of come up against the members of Victory Song Gamers. But we talked about the fact that they did have 2 imports when it comes down to the Philippines, and we gotta have to be really careful about these 2 Filipino imports, right? We know that Philippines is understandably one of the strongest region when it comes down to MLBB, but we cannot forget about the fact that Victory Song Gamers, they come in with the idea of winning. As such, they do have bootcamp for themselves too. They bootcamp in Bali, in fact, for a week before coming into Riyadh. So when it comes down to diversifying their meta and diversifying their strategies, it's understandable that Victory Song Gamers have got a little bit of a taste of the Indonesian meta or the Indonesian strategies and gameplay before coming in.
Yeah, which is pretty micro-intensive, right? If we look at the Indonesian region, it's always nice to see teams start to kind of ego check each other. We start off with the Roger Ling ban. I think this one is, at this point, very, very predictable, very, very much expected. Valentina ban out by Zen as well. Just eliminate the utility that Valentina brings. It's always such a good hero. And VSG responds with the Faramis. And speaking about VSG, I believe in ECA they have been pretty consistent with the performance, right? Always getting a top 3, top 4 finish in recent tournaments. So coming into this, I think it's also a very important time for them to put ECA on the map if they already haven't done so. But I want to see if Zen would kind of prioritize in shutting down Kyoei's jungle pool, because it doesn't really feel good having to ban the Benedetta on Julian in the first phase unless you're really prepared to draft into that afterwards. So in this case, with the Roger already taken out, yeah, Zen we'll just have to kind of start banning out the Minotaur, just eliminate the setup.
Yeah, I don't think that they will want to ban that out all that much. But perhaps we'll be able to understand that from when it comes down to the banning stage, Xenolilies, they are not really that interested in heroes that excels in teamfight scenarios. Being a Minotaur being thrown into the banning pool, definitely not one of the bans that we see all that often in the first phase. Perhaps some other assassins and some heroes that is definitely something that we usually expect to see. But Ling being one of the most annoying assassins that we can pretty much see up to date, aside from Fanny as well as Hayabusa, is pretty much a well-deserved spot for Ling, let's be honest here. But the Angela okay, never mind. Angela just got thrown into the banning pool.
I think this one is, I mean, I find the Angela ban, I think MWI, there's definitely certain parts that's unique about them. I know when we watched MSC, Angela was kind of like, okay, we do ban her, but sometimes we kind of let her through. But it has been quite a focus for MWI, especially when assassin picks are so rampant. Though VSG being on the second pick, if they want to somehow pick up the Benedetta, I don't see a problem right there in the first phase, especially when
Oh.
their XP laners is also kind of the playmaker. Chip going through for Xenolilies. And actually, when I was watching the broadcast earlier on, I believe it was VSG against Falcons. I think Mirko did discuss about Chip and Luoyi, which is not as viable, well, not as popular as they were before, because Lord Dances don't drag on as much. So hence, playing around the map when there's a Lord Dance is not as urgent, right? So Chip and Luoyi kind of fell off popularity. Jushin and Teresa get through to VSG. Big AoE, and oh boy, good luck having to deal with Jushin in that mid lane.
Ooh, annoying Jushin. But this is definitely a very strong start coming in from the side of Victory Song Gamers. When it comes down to Xenolilies picking up onto, okay, as you have said, you know, we've got a Luoyi as well as a Chip. So we pretty much can expect that whenever there is a Chip involved in a lineup, we can pretty much expect global presence when it comes down to most of these heroes. As such, heroes that doesn't have very strong mobility in all stages generally are favored when it comes down to working together with a Luoyi as well as Chip. However, Xenolilies has decided to pick up a Claude for themselves, so it does seem like they would want to play on a hyper-aggressive role whereby they are capable of either number one, being able to ambush with the diversion, or number two, still keep the Claude on her feet and really just play around with the macro game. Because usually, you know, one of the biggest mistakes is playing Chip and then completely throwing macro game away.
It's a very straightforward draft, right? Very honest. There's no like smoke and mirrors from the side of Xenolilies. The Julian coming out from VSG, we've talked about this. It's probably it's 100% a QOA pick. Revealing the core draft right off the bat, right? You know, mid lane, XP lane, jungle, all revealed to Xenolilies. So we're still waiting for the Roma and gold laner for VSG, of course. For Xenolilies, right now, they can start clamping down on that gold lane pool, especially heroes that can threaten the Claw, you know, the Moskov, the Harith, they are still available for the side of VSG if they so wish to go for it.
Definitely, when it comes down to VSG, they excel in pickoff and of course ganks. Not necessarily too much on the team fight per se, but we'll want to really enforce onto how Julian brings the value in the early stages. Being able to come up online a lot faster than all the other junglers at level 3, you will be able to exert a lot of pressure, but it also depends on how much and how fast you are able to rotate around the lanes, and if whether you are able to find the kind of value altogether. And most of the time in the early stages, you really want to make full use of your enhanced scythe in order to go for all these pickoffs. So with the main core EXP, jungle and mid already picked out, we don't really expect too much of an X factor from the side of VSG. So it's more or less they have already settled down onto their role as well as settled onto their strategies. They will want to play a lot more pickoffs. So leaving that up to the Roma, they don't exactly particularly need someone that can really open up the particularly hold onto the Lord that well, because they already have a Terizla. They have a pretty strong front lines and an engager from that point. But someone that is able to follow up of the Terizla, or being able to interchange with the Terizla as to who initiates and who follows up.
This could be a Tigro ban. I mean, we might see Xenolilies lean into that. The fact that, you know, they have a Chip, they have a Luoyi, you want to show up to a team fight, and the thing that you fear the most is being caught by big AoEs, which VSG has a good deal of, right? But at the same time, we also talk about they need to protect the Claude, you know, get rid of matchups that might threaten him, Moskov being one of it, and Moskov indeed does get banned out by Xenolilies. So now the Tigro is open for VSG if they so wish to go for it. The fact that there's no more Grok, no more Minnow, if you want a big AoE counter engages, Tigro is your best bet. In that roam role, I mean, you could go for Ruby, Arlet, or even Edith wouldn't do too bad, but they were gonna keep it for last as they pick the carry.
So with the carry picked up, it pretty much solidifies we are going for pickoff. Heroes such as Claude, Franco, Kaja is definitely going to be one of the main ideas that VSG would want to go for. Go for the first person pickoff and then a follow-up from the Terizla to really seal the deal when it comes down to all these team fights. In fact, drafting against Xenolilies' first 3 picks is actually pretty darn annoying and really difficult to work around. Since whenever you are thinking about team fights, you're looking at kind of like a rock, paper, scissors equation. Team fights essentially find themselves having difficulties dealing with a split push composition. Split push composition have a problem dealing with this pick-off compositions, and it goes into one full circle. So with the Claude being picked up, it pretty much shows that yes, we will be able to put up some good amount of presence onto a split push potential. In the meantime, we also have a chip that can bring everyone into a team fight for a grand 5v5 showdown. With that all said, the final two pick will be the Bane and the Xbox, further solidifying into their fight into a 5v5 team fight from front to back.
So much AoE and peel from the side of Xenolilies, right? You have Luoyi, Xborg, Bane as well, especially Bane. Like, Carrie and Julian, their range aren't really the longest, the farthest, so if you get hit by a nuclear Bane, Clap Claw Hammer, it just destroys you. But I like this pick from Gaily. I like the Lolita for VSG. Ooh. You put out the Guardian's Bulwark and send that bullet back into Xenolilies, and you know what's the best part? If you reflect the Crab Claw Cannon and then it hits a target, it actually triggers the secondary bounce, which crits the ricochet, which crits the target behind. So, I know that a lot of Bane picks have been a Magic Bane. I wonder if this is going to be the case. I feel like you probably would just go physical in this case. We just have to find out though, now that Lolita is in play, you probably would do better just spitting rum on your opponent's face with that magic bill.
I absolutely agree. When it comes down to the bulwark, you do not want to get all that ricochet and of course your baby shark flying right in your face. But I will say that when it comes down to picking up the Lolita, they did manage to answer one of the problems that they would potentially have, and that is the overwhelming amount of damage that Xenolilies will be able to bring up onto the game. However, it's not necessarily a pick that really answers to their lineup. No, they don't really have someone that can really initiate in a single pick-off situation. You don't really have someone that can really lock someone down for extended period of time. So you really gotta have to rely quite a lot on Luminon Blast as well as the Charizla's penalty zone, which essentially would just focus into a full-out team fight. In the meantime, Synchro being really annoying with that lantern. You can pretty much see just putting so much annoyance onto Sa already.
Every time, Luoyi, every time she misses that ability, and it goes on cooldown, you just lose the trade. There's no way you can continue trading, and Synchro just taking advantage of that, right, with Lolita around. And I wonder what kind of build Gaily will go for, because there have been examples. I believe Ogwyn did it with Lolita, where you go for just straight up Flash of the Oasis into Oracle build for the shield generation. Early rotation just to break the Faraga armor down bot.
Yep, pretty darn annoying. That is going to be the Faraga armor just popped, and that will allow Victory Song Gamers Minun to rotate herself right out of the lane if she absolutely wants to. Just kind of like dealing with something from all around the map, and of course observing the opponent's jungle. Exactly where is going to be this Bane, just so that they can take control of the bottom jungle as well as the turtle split a lot earlier in order to get themselves a great priority for going forward when it comes down to the turtle being spawned.
Never feels good when you're an Xborg that's laning into a Charizla, a literal winning matchup. You can see that Kao even went for the Impure Rage, which again deals max HP damage right now. And you get pressure, you lose the Faraga armor, you are forced to take a recall, lose a minion wave. So VSG identifying where the cruxes are and immediately providing a solution to it. You get the Charizla out of the lane, let it hit level 4, topside getting pressure, and that's a flicker out for Rian.
Pretty early. Rian absolutely needs to stay alive in order to continue up with the amount of economy that she's going to bring onto the team. As long as she's safe and sound, that is all great. In fact, burning that flicker is actually amazing, considering the fact that Xenolilies actually put quite a lot of resources up into this gank onto this carry. 4-member rotation, while Victory Song Gamers took that opportunity to bring down the turtle down the bottom.
The Bane also, you can see one of the best tower pushes every time the Deadly Cache is online. Deadly Cache, and chip away at the tower's health. Offside, the carry is in danger, but Rian should be fine as QA continues to counter jungle. You get the backup coming through, and that's first hurt already with the diversion.
That's the diversion that we want to see from the side of Sa, bringing down Rian. You can really tell that Xenolilies are really kind of afraid of Rian. They're putting so much emphasis onto this carry.
And I mean, this just makes life incredibly hard for VSG's top side. I mean, they have to bring the juice in here, but chip should go down. Yep, they Flicker to the wrong direction, you know. VSG gets something in return, I guess.
Yep, I mean, burning up the flicker on that part, I think is, well, small little issues. But now Kyoei comes into the fray, doesn't really have the enhanced scythe, but in fact goes for the enhanced chain instead. Gale has also unfortunately used the Numenon Blast already. Taro burns out onto the Blazing Duet in order to really clear out the waves as soon as possible, ensuring that not much of the turret plating goes over to the hand of this Carrick.
They're gonna continue camping in this bush, and Kyoei just farming up a storm, a full level ahead of Ramichi, despite the amount of pressure that Xenonese put on the top side. But you can see that it has amounted to something, right? A 1k gold advantage. And wow, chip portal.
Oh. Yep, just all the way up to the top side. Once again, really, it's all just a party over here. As we are just gonna be going straight in for a 5v5 match. Victory Song Gamers is exerting a lot of dominance on the side of Xeno. Lily's bringing Xiaomi first person down. Gale flickers on backwards to ensure that she will be able to be safe and sound. No one from the side of Xeno Lily's managed to get a single kill, unfortunately.
All 4 flickers blown by the side of Xeno Lilies. The moment the shortcut got used, you can see that Minun did not hesitate, instantly goes through the portal and even lands a penalty zone to allow VSG to find a kill onto Shiromi. At the end of the day, VSG, the fact that they came out on top of that and lost no one in the process allows them to reset, perhaps set up for the second turtle.
Definitely a great good advantage from the side of PSG. Getting themselves the 1 kill, and the fact that Kyoei was able to go for a counter jungling, just kind of working around with the vertical jungling onto the slowness of Bane. And of course, when it comes down to allocating resources up to the top lane for extended periods of time, it definitely did manage to bite onto Xeno Lilies. But for now, we don't have Minan just gonna be jumping out the back lines when it comes down to the penalty zone. And of course, being able to lock right down the side as well as Ramichi. The rest of the members from the side of Xeno Lilies understand that they gotta have to fight back as much as possible. As such, bringing Minan down while she was completely out of position, as well as Gale. With that, 2 frontliners unavailable, Victory Song Gamers still intended to fight it all the way through, pushing away the Xbox Claude as well as the Ramichi.
The idea was good from VSG again, getting the win. Minun, the penalty zone hits the back line. Good counter engage from Kao with the last sanity, finding 2 kills. But VSG, they are very clear of what they want to achieve with that objective, getting the second turtle of the game, extending the goal lead, now 2.3k. The fact that Minun went for the War Axe means, you know, you get some extra damage and extra spell vamp in the process, and Rian even getting a kill for herself. And even chipping away at the mid lane tier 1 turret, bottom 1 will go down, and VSG is slowly ballooning that lead.
And even getting themselves, helping the carry to finally take down a turret after a lane swap. So Victory Song Gamers, they do have a very strong sense of macro. They understand how they want to funnel their gold over to carry, understanding that carry will be one of the main damage dealers coming into the mid stages of the game once Kyoei loses that power spike. But the diversion coming in, just going to be pulling themselves all the way down to the bottom, but I'm not too sure if whether Victory Song Gamers even understand what has just happened as such. Gale is just going to be opening up the map, but good read from Gale. It does seem like the Victory Song Gamers, they actually know what was going on. Unfortunately, when it comes down to minimum blast, it was not going to be able to touch on anyone at all. Xeno Lilies goes all the way through. When it comes down to Last Insanity, just bursting down on the members of Victory Song Gamers. But for now, Synchro's not stopping just yet, as Kyoei finds a double kill right on top of Xeno Lilies, while Rian took that opportunity all the way to the top lane to bring down the turret. Kyoei took that, not the kill, down to her name. Total of 3. Victory Song Gamers with a total of 2 or 3,000 gold lead.
What a triple kill from Kyoei. The coordination between Synchro and Kyoei really saved that fight. Gaily had a good angle for the Numenon Blast, decides to flicker forward, missing completely and allowing Xeno Lilies to go for the counter engage with the last sanity and deadliest catch. But again, this Julian, even with the war cry as the talent of choice, and of course the lantern flare from this Ju Shin, just so annoying to work with. Xeno Lilies could not fight comfortably. The turtle could be a choice. Kyoei
Oh, just gonna be going all the way straight through. We do have most of the members from the side of Xano Lilies. Doesn't seem like they are able to really take control of this fight at all. Victory Song Gamers, with their power of just locking one person down and just bursting them down. This is the pickoff that we want to see from Victory Song Gamers, and that amount of damage is not gonna go down any further. This is just going to further accentuate them.
To be starting to become a problem for Xeno Lilies. They are 6,000 gold behind, but also they're running a draft with Luo Yi and Chip. Oh, they found Minun.
Doesn't seem like Minun will be able to get herself away from all of that, but with that, a Bloodlust, actually, or rather War Axe, did manage to help her stay alive for a good amount of time. But once again, Xeno Lilies has been overcompensating their resources, putting 4% onto Minun. I'll say that is pure trade from Victory Song Gamers. They absolutely love all of these standing objective trades.
Absolutely. I mean, Lord is going to be up in just around a minute, right? VSG, they have full control of the map as well. But like I was saying, right? If you're playing Chip, you're playing Loyi, the best thing you could have for yourself is actually map control. But you lose tier 2 mid and bot. It means that you're conceding so much map control, and it makes the job of the Chip and Loyi hard. We haven't seen them reutilize their ultimates in a big fashion. I mean, they've gotten some pickoffs, like just now into Minun, but overall, VSG still are in the driver's seat.
Slowly but surely, Victory Song Gamers will want to find themselves a small little pathway to wiggle themselves right in between our Xeno Lilies lineup and to really bring them down as much as possible. Xeno Lilies now can't really hold their ground very effectively against Victory Song Gamers, as they understood that they are a whole 6,000 gold behind of Victory Song Gamers. You gotta have to give them as much respect as possible. In the meantime, down in the bottom lane, we do have the deadly cash that's just gonna be popped almost immediately. Victory Song Gamers understood that, hey, now's the time for Lord, now's not time for fight.
Now they can just send Rian to deal with it, right? It is a carry, so no true damage. Enough said. Easily takes care of the objective. First Lord for VSG. You even see that Sa went for the kind of backline to try and find an angle, but there's just no way for Xeno Lilies to really get much done. So VSG, 6k goal advantage in a very, very comfortable lead. I want to see how much damage they can do with this first Lord. Considering that all tier 2s are already down, this Lord should spawn on that mid side. And that's going to allow VSG to really set up the side waves. You can see they're already doing just that.
Just really choking out Xeno Lilies to ensure that they don't really have a lot of gold to work around with. The longer that they kind of hold down all of these waves, the more that Xeno Lilies loses when it comes down to their economy. But Gale opening up the map as much as he could, just ensuring that no one is going to be right around the jungle and no sneaky diversion plays from the side of Xeno Lilies. Not like, diversion play is going to be the right answer here, since the Lord is going to be marching down in the bottom lane and just landing the hits onto the Trident hits time and time again. But Minun did manage to land a 3-man penalty zone onto 3, while Xbox goes in for the last insanity. It doesn't seem like they will be able to pick a lot of HP off of Victory Song Gamers, but at least when it comes down to target prioritization, they did bring Minun down. That's a roamer for an EXP lane, but unfortunately, they lost a total of 2 inhibs.
See a diversion attempt, but unfortunately the read was wrong. VSG, they want this top inhibitor. I don't think they will get it, thanks to the deadly cash. So VSG will go for the retreat. Still getting 2 inhibitors off of that. The penalty zone hitting on the 3 people in that back line, but Xeno Lilies, they have some decent counter engage, right? Deadliest cash, last insanity. You want to run it in my face, you have to eat up the damage. The only saving grace for VSG was the fact that they just focus fire down the Thraga armor and not let Kao stack up her heat level, because that would just been destruction if that last insanity went off with max heat on multiple VSG members. Either way, they are at an 8k gold advantage. 2,000 from the extra from the last we checked in on them. Then with the next Lord up in just 45 seconds, as Xeno Lilies, they gotta find a way. They gotta somehow use that diversion or the chip portal to find a pickoff.
It's all about the unique playstyle of what heroes that Xeno Lilies has picked out, right? The diversion as well as the shortcut. They really gotta have to find ways to really make full use of it. But unfortunately, when you do have your back against the wall, you don't really have the opportunity to have that global presence that you so desperately want when it comes down to picking a composition like this, right? So Xino Lilies, even if they were to jump over to the back, jump over to the back and just be surprised, they don't have this one most important thing in their lineup for this kind of catch plays or surprise plays, and that is a solid crowd control. They don't have anyone that can really boot someone onto the ground or to really hold anyone down. It really just boils down to just Hiromi just going in. And speaking of her, just gonna be jumping right into a man of 5. And even when it comes down to Claude, just working with the blazing duet.
Oh my god, the Loyi!
But Sa, that is what we want to see from a Loyi. Just popping up the immortality on the minion, and she's still holding herself back. Everyone else for Victory Song Game, but why are you holding it together? As such, this has absolutely enabled Sa just playing around with all of this yin and yang, getting themselves a massive 4-man kill on top of Victory Song Gamers.
Yeah, BSG, they know they messed up right there. That was not supposed to be how it goes. The idea was good, right? They were eating a full blazing duet from Taro, who joined the fight after taking bot tier 2. Gaily pulls up the Numenon Blast, forces the Claw to get away, but we talked about the amount of counter engage in this STC replay. Look at that, blazing duet expires. VSG decides to go for a chase, completely forgets that there is an Xbox still there. The Loyi just throwing out balls of light and darkness, and this one, I believe the fire stakes pulled the members of VSG back into the fray, allowing Xino Lilies to not only clean up shop but also secure the second Lord of that.
Ooh,
the immortality
on
her, so he should be fine. Well, Kao should be fine, yeah. Now she's out.
Yeah, very durable, I gotta have to say, when it comes down to that Firaga armor. You can pretty much just take up quite a bit of all these damage as she peels for her team. With the Lord that's gonna be marching down in the bottom lane, middle lane there is still a tier 2 that's standing up tall. Xino Lilies still have got something that they can play around with. Remember how we talked about the unique gameplay, or rather the unique interaction that Xino Lilies have got for themselves, picking up the chip as well as the Loyi. This is where they will be able to put that all on display. With Victory Song Gamers currently now get back against the wall and having to deal with a charging Lord. That Trident is going to take up that half HP off the turret, and I wouldn't be surprised if Xino Lilies will be able to take this turret down and focus onto the middle lane waves almost immediately. Victory Song Gamers now, oh, look at the damage over to the back lines. Rian just went all the way back into the divergent, or rather the zone. It doesn't seem like she will be able to deal a lot of damage during all of that area denial.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. I mean, this Loyi, we said that for Xino Lilies running this trap, you want to have as much map control as possible. They've been able to pull it back. Even state, essentially both teams losing that bot and mid inhibitor. You'll find the export again, but once more, Firaga armor broken, still keeps the immortality. VSG might only have one more fight left in them. We see the Bane damage really starting to show up. Here goes.
Oh, just gonna be picking off onto Ramichi as much as possible, but unfortunately it took a little bit longer for them to bring that person one down. But at least Ramichi as well as Minion is just gonna go straight down. Xino Lilies finds himself onto Rian. Killway immediately with the enhanced sword gets herself away, but now Gale as well as Synchro just gonna be suctioned up into a vacuum, but not quite enough to really just kill Gale just yet.
Wow. 1-for-1 trade of all things, right? Both, I mean, for the side of Xino Lilies, they did lose their jungler, but she will be back in time for the third Lord. And once again, Sa completely untouched the entire fight, just constantly throwing out her abilities, just bursting the members of VSG down, especially when you run a carry. The range quite short, relatively short compared to other heroes, so you're always going to be caught in the crossfire. Especially when you take splash damage and you have the yin yang reaction on top of you, it is a death sentence. Export is camping in the bush as well. He knows that VSG are coming.
I would say that Victory Song Gamers, they really gotta have to respect the rotation from the side of Sa. Whenever the rotation is popped down, they are pretty happy just standing on top of the rotation, but the rotation still deals quite a lot of damage, and probably one of the main ways that Xino Lilies will be able to root any of the members from the side of Victory Song Gamers, which is one of Xino Lilies' main weaknesses. They can't lock down Victory Song Gamers. While Victory Song Gamers can do quite a lot in order to do all of these lockdowns as well as these pickups. You're gonna have to be real careful about that. But speaking of which, Hiromi comes in from the back. Rian takes the Lord. Victory Song Gamers, they know that they have got themselves the neutral objective, and they gotta have to get themselves backwards as much as possible in order to posture up for the next upcoming big fight.
I have to sacrifice Minun. Unfortunately, they were basically locked away from. She was basically locked away from the rest of the team, and no one from VSG can afford to kind of take that fight, right? They knew it was over. We got the Lord. We just minimized our losses, not let Xino Lilies kind of take control of this. But man, look at the damage from the Sa. Insane stuff. Almost one-shotting Kyoei in that process.
But I'm surprised that even with that combo on the Synchro, it didn't really do quite much onto these Zhu Xin. Well, that is essentially the power of the wings. Blood wings generally give you a massive amount of shield, and let's not forget about the fact that you have a Lolita on your side too. So the mage as well as the marksman, essentially being very fragile units, become such soldiers coming into the battlefields. As such, this is probably one of the main reasons why Victory Song Gamers are very strong in their team fights, and perhaps sometimes even pretty daring in just threading right into the faces of Xino Lilies.
I think what's important is the Lolita's Numenon Blast. That is going to be very crucial, right? A few patches ago, there was an update that you can let go of Numenon Blast early and still get a stun. It's not the full duration stun, but you get a mini stun, right? And that could be the key, especially if you can time it on that Blazing Duet. But also the Guardian's Bulwark. How many abilities can you block? Can you block the Deadliest Catch? Can you block those incoming orbs of light and darkness from Sa? We've already gone past 3 lords, and remember, these two teams gave us the longest game in MWI, which literally happened a couple of hours ago, which ended in like, what, 30 minutes plus? 10 minutes away from reliving that record again, as Sa just got the Holy Crystal.
This is quite literally the most team grinding game, and really just, you gotta have to hold on to your seat, as every single one of these team fights may very potentially lead to the end of the game depending on how these ladies fare. They are all just gonna be posturing up for the next upcoming Lord, and both teams definitely want to have the most ideal Lord fight and the most ideal Lord's push. We're pretty much looking at a mirror base with both the middle lane and the bottom lane inhibitor turrets that's already been destroyed. You can't get any much more of a stalemate than this.
And right now it comes down to who gets the better counter engage, because both teams have that ability. We've seen VSG trying to start fights, and Xino Lilies, they just started throwing out, orbs from Sa. You have this export that can just last the sanity to the back line and threaten to separate Rian and Synchro from the rest of the teams. Lord number 4, VSG, they will be first on the scene, but in the 21-minute mark, right? The Lord is not easy to take down, and this is going to really start to show us, really start to put these players to the test in going for Lord dances in the late game.
With the front to back from Victory Song Gamers, they really want to shred down the front lines as soon as possible in order to really eventually reach over the back line. But that is not exactly how Xino Lilies want to play. But for now, we do have the shortcut just going to be popped right all the way in the top lane. But Minan just going to be landing the Lumina Blast. Wait, it didn't really quite seem to manage to do anything to the members of Xino Lilies, as it just hit right by the edge. It wasn't really being able to clip onto anyone. In the meantime, Taro with the Winter Crown, unfortunately, still goes down to the hands of Synchro. That is a shutdown that we want to see, with 2 members down for the side of Xino Lilies. But Amici is not gonna let this team fight goes on for any much longer. It's gonna be a 1-for-1, 1 versus 1 between the carry as well as the Bane. But it does seem like the Bane is definitely gonna have a lot more problems dealing with that, as the immortality is gonna be popped. A fight that's happening onto both ends of the earth, as Gale finally got herself back on Numenon Blast, lands it right back on the cow. The best thing you can do is to ensure that cow. Don't go back home or kill a cow just so that Victory Song Gamers will be able to end this game with a single ballista.
Talk about the perfect team fight and how you can let go of the Numenon Blast without having to fully charge it. We saw that in action. Very separated fight. First of all, the initiative was by Xenolilies, right? They decided we're going to take the diversion into the top bush of that orange buff in that red jungle. And then we call it a shortcut. We bring the entire village to try and kill your carry. Could not get the carry. Eats a penalty zone in the face, followed by Numenon Blast, and then the enemy mage shows up and just zaps your Claude to death. Zaps into a Blazing Duet, BMI, and a Winter Crown. And then this Jushin is a complete menace on the battlefield, but that was what won the VSG the tiebreaker. Congratulations to both teams though, it was heck of a fight, but VSG are going to advance into the playoffs as the first seed of Group C, whereas for Xenolilies, it will be the second seed of the group.
So it's not that too big of a deal when it comes down to losing the game because we are all talking about seeding. But I gotta say, VSG as well as Xenolilies, they have gave us one heck of a game. When it comes down to the chip as well as the diversion plays coming in from Sa, and let's not forget about the massive amount of damage that the Loi is just capable of bringing out into team fights time and time again. But this is definitely one of the team fights that I gotta have to mention within the highlights, right? Everyone just kind of completely forgotten that, oh crap, the opponent has got a Loi. We can't exactly run by the same escape route. And that eventually gave quite a lot of edge over to the members of Xenolilies. You know, they definitely didn't want and didn't expect the kind of outcome to happen. But regardless, it was still a great fight and they managed to end the fight with massive style. I gotta have to give a heads up and as well as a shout out over to Riando. Quick thinking, immediately just knowing and expecting that, okay, the Bane might actually go for the back door, or I gotta have to clear the back door. Because if it was anyone at all going back home to deal with that wave, I don't think that Victory Song Gamers would have won.
Yeah, and I mean the wave spawned just in time, right? It spawned right as the blue side wave crashed on the crystal, the red wave spawned, so it held the mini wave in front of the crystal. Crystal did help out in the end. Regardless, I think, you know, VSG, they were able to really figure things out. That last team fight was just quite tough for Xenolilies if you think about it, right? The Claude wasn't really in the fight. I feel like if Claude was there from the start, it probably would have cleaned up shop before backup arrived, but still, they are going to be in that playoff, so maybe, you know, if circumstances align, they might meet again in the semis or even the finals. But this definitely, both teams definitely show a lot of potential, but VSG, they just figured it out at the very end.
Played all the way to, what, 20 plus minutes? These two teams definitely do not disappoint us when we are asking for a long drawn out match. And it pretty much shows us that VSG as well as Xenolilies is very much of the same caliber. It could quite literally go to anyone at that during that point in time of the game. Middle lane, bottom lane, completely mirrored. As much as I really want to see the Bane cheese and just going on to the back door, would be funny to end the game like that. But unfortunately, wasn't able to do so. While Xbox wasn't able to go home to really defend as well. They still did an excellent job when it comes down to the Firaga armor as well as all of the when it comes down to coming together as a village, as a unit. What is missing definitely have got to do with lockdowns, unfortunately. So, will we be able to see more lockdowns in the next game? Well, the question is if whether we are going to have the next game, because we are going to be waiting for the next tiebreaker match to eventually happen when it comes down to looking at the final results of Group C. So we'll see you in after a pretty long break. So we'll let you guys know again if you will see us or not. We'll see you guys then.
to my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me lost and found. Take me down, loud without sound, and I will rise, and I will fly. don't know how it's come to this. I don't know how I could resist. I took a vow to never sin, but I saw the darkness from within. And if the sun can't break through, just let the thunder shake you. I know there's a hunger for the truth. Another moment of clarity. I see the one who breaks me.
If all they've been saying is true, there's a war before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. Counting up coins for a soda can, and there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan. change it all. We can change it all. Hey, hey, we can change it all. We can change it all. Hey, hey, we can change it all. We can change it all. This is the moment chosen for the game. Live for the glory, fighting through the pain, fighting through the pain, through the pain, through the pain, fighting through the pain. We can take it all. Hey,
That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Overthink tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Overthink tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are.
2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Ha, haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Ha, double, triple team, what they need to defend. Ha, I juke left and I'm gone with the win. Gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Looking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive.
just anyone. I'm not just anyone. I'd rather keep my hood up, walk the world alone, and make it on my own. Then you claim that you're the reason that I got where I'm going. And I'm not interested in settling for the hell of it. All these people want convenience, I want more. The wolf is howling at the door. And now it's up to the clock before the last lock hits the floor. Wait, you got in my way. Think I finally got it figured out. You can take a seat, oh please, I'm busy. I don't wanna let you let me down. I don't wanna let you let me down.
seat. Oh, oh, please, I'm busy now. I don't wanna let you let me down. Take a seat, take a seat. Oh, oh, please, I'm busy now. From the time I wake up till I go to sleep, I can follow me, yeah. All fight, never flee, no flights ever free, yeah. I'm in my corner and I'm ringside handing me a water. My hands are on my shoulders, got the belt, crown myself the winner. It's just the way you keep on talking about yours while I'ma make mine. And I'm the first one in the morning and stay late night. And you can get your tickets, watch me from the sidelines. Cause you're not even in the competition. Why should I listen to someone without a vision who has no backbone and isn't here for me at all? Yeah, they just praying and waiting on the downfall. You can't get comfortable where you are. Wait, you got in my way. Think I finally got it figured out. You can take a seat, oh please, I'm busy. I don't wanna let you let me down. I don't wanna let you let me down. Take a seat.
2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
A champion, ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. Know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Ha, double, triple team, what they need to defend. Ha, I do left and I'm gone with the wind. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper